I took you no matter. Lay out your arm. Back already. No matter.
Hey, hi, hello, welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist, and Elden Ringer of Elden Things. I am preparing to fight Consort Radon. With this very silly build that I've set up. I actually don't think I can do it. Now, I did anticipate it taking 10 or so attempts to beat the coalition of like Michelin loyalists, and it did not take that long, so maybe I'm wrong. But currently it's my, if not belief, then certainly expectation that it's gonna take a few different build restructurings and a lot of attempts to pull off doing what we gotta do. So I guess what we do is we go and see. No. I haven't given myself any real ranged options. So my assumption is that I'm going to have a difficult time, to put it lightly, but we won't know until we know. Also, if this takes 20 plus attempts, I think what I'll probably end up doing. Oh, actually, you know what? I shouldn't have, I should have kept farming until I got another level. I think we're at the point where it's gonna take us like 60 something. I guess let's check. Yeah, 65. I'll just put another little level into vitality so that I'm not preoccupied with what's up with our runes. Okay. Huh. Okay, you know what? Never mind, because we're gonna give ourselves 2 more, which means we need if it's 65, 113,000. So we're just gonna settle in and get stimmy with it. Settled in and get stimmy with it, because it's gonna take 10 more rounds of doing this. Maybe I could talk a little bit about my strategy for fighting Radon, and it's very similar to my initial win condition / strategy, which is that we're going to basically Savage Lion's Claw him to death with the Mimic tier. Actually, I think in a previous run, I actually got Laura Sachs as a summon. Is that true? I don't see her. Yeah, maybe not. Thought I did. Oh well. I was gonna say it'd be dope to have her as our go-to summon, but probably having 2 of us with a lot of damage allocated to our blood loss and primary damage output is gonna be good enough. Okay, that's one level. What's 66 plus 66? 6.6 plus 6.6. 13.2. So we need 100 or 1,300,000. Abyssal Woods. Okay. Let's see if that's enough for 2 levels. Level up, level up. Oh, we're shy just 10k. Or, I guess. Sugar Shooter, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist.
Wow.
We are playing Elden Ring, obviously. And I'm gonna fight Consort Radon. Just for fun. Doot. Got a thing about 11 and things being divisible by 11, which is why our stat allocation is such. Maybe I'll do a respec, but probably not. I think what we'll stick with is what we got. Stick with what we got. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Okay. Switch this to this. Yeah. And I think we're ready. My guess is 20 attempts. Oh, wait, hold on. First off, I don't want to know how many runes I got. And I want to switch our physic to give us more something. Poise? Not the worst thing, not the worst idea. Ooh. Stance break. Okay. We'll do that for now. And if what we need is more poise, then we'll have it eventually.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song.
Do that.
Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
Forgot to give myself the dragon blessing. Whoops. That's going to eat into my ability to remember how to do things. Come at me, bro. Incroyable. Incroyable. You not gonna do the thing? Okay, I'm getting hit way too hard. Well, seems like our stratagem is no bueno. Okay, switching it up. Switching it up. Nope, that's still heavy load. That's because we got all these katanas. What if, hypothetically speaking, we went with light greatswords? as our primary weapon form. Is Boggart still alive? I guess it doesn't matter because we can buy them from the whatchamahoo's it. Okay. Okay, just checking. That is probably going to be our primary way of dealing damage. Now the question is, do we want to use the fuck. Bono, banana, 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 banana. It's the boy. The little tiny incy teensy tall long hair forearm.
At long last you are returned.
Brown crested. Yo, you're telling me you got those clothes from the spirit realm? Explain it. Make it make sense.
Finished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin
I haven't.
for this world,
I do not.
then yield the path forward to us.
I think I'm gonna opt out.
And my promised consort, Radahn.
Ooh, girly, you brave as hell. God damn. Why did that not work? Hold on. I'm confused as hell. Should have gone toward him. Get him, girly. Break that stance. We should have dodged toward him. Fuck. Okay, well, I'm dead. Put me in. Fuck me, dude. Run, bitch, run. We're dead. Down to 2 heals though. So not like we had a lot of a chance. You know what? A thing that would... Wait, hold on. I am using the thing that... Yeah, it stands pressure one. It might actually behoove us to just bludgeon them to death. Okay, interesting. Interesting strategy. Oh no. Okay, we lived for now. Nope. Those hitboxes, baby. You see those hitboxes? Oh, come on, girly. You could have phase transitioned and you decided to eat a fucking prawn, bro. It wasn't a prawn. It was a, whatchamacallit? Crab leg. I should also theoretically switch this to ice because it'll do more damage long term. That's the strat, I think. What is happening? Good girl. Yeah, go get him. Okay, that's not a thing we can do. Actually need to dodge some attacks, can't just bully him. I'm gonna switch the stances. I'm gonna take this. I'm going to give Bloodhound Step with Fire Affinity. And then this one, I'm gonna give Cold. I don't know how I disarmed myself. Like what button I pressed that had me doing that. Okay. Wow. Wow. Last prawn. Put me in, coach. You leaving, sweet? You leaving? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, you know what? My brain was thinking about yesterday. My brain was thinking about yesterday for the meeting. Yeah. Don't give yourself enough space. You're going to eat shit is a thing that I've learned today. Did you get into Signalis game when it was popping? No. I don't like horror games. And I didn't like the what do you call it? Sort of analog what did you cassette punk? I don't like cassette punk as a aesthetic. Hey, bro, when I hit buttons, I expect them to button, you know what I'm saying? Two can play at that game, bitch. To be out of range for one of those attacks and not the other is deeply upsetting. Fuck. Oh, I'm dead. Cool, cool, yeah, focus on her. That's good, that's good. Oh, no! I forgot to equip this. Quickly, quickly, quickly. He's gonna fucking kill me, bro. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Just dodge the second one. That's the key. Okay, she's dead. I hit the button! The thing that I would like to equip is the ability to I hit the button! Oh, I think the setup for it is very nice. It's like a doomer lesbian game if you like cyberpunk. It's not cyberpunk though, it's cassette punk. And I guess the type of philosophy associated with that, I'm asking because I'm 2 hours into a 6-hour lore dump video on the story. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's not my teacup. It's wholly not my teacup. I didn't like the aesthetics of it. I'm not like it's not my kind of game. In any meaningful capacity. My teacup is very cute. Just, you know how people say it's not my cup of tea? Same thing. Okay, well, we're dead already? Fuck. Is there a... Okay, I think I might have a little bit of input delay. Okay, yeah, that's better. You look like Alphonse Elric, the game in the game. Nice cosplay. Okay, I wouldn't Okay. But I'm in the middle of like a really difficult fight, and like it's all like like, oh, I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I'm gonna comment on it anyway. It get a little frustrating. You really just said, not a cosplay. I'm wearing the heaviest possible armor so that I have even the slightest chance of not dying in the first 3 hits that I receive. And I'm failing, so it's actually frustrating. Damn. Thank you, sis. Although I'm probably fucked right now. Run, 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 run. Oh, interesting. Oh, fuck me. Fuck. Stop crawling. Leave her alone. She died? Oh, fuck me. Okay. Okay. Well, we're dead. Right. Plainly. Fuck. No! Damn it!
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Okay. Run, bitch. Run, run. Maybe I don't pull out Mimic Tier until, like, not phase 2. Oh, yeah, phase 2. We'll just pull out Mimic Tier phase 2. Like, the reason why that was a struggle last time was because, I was down to 2 heals, but there's a possibility of me getting him down in less and fewer attempts than that. Okay, never mind. Ganondorf. See, this is the exact same shit. I just got through telling Reganis that when I'm struggling heavily with a fight and folks come in here and are just like, it's all fun and games. It doesn't feel like fun and games internally to me. So for Reganis to be like, you look like Alphonse, and then Ganondorf, I'm like, that actually hurts. Like, it hurts. You're not wrong, right? Like, that is for sure the idea. But I'm having a hard enough time that I don't want to conceive of what Homeboy is a reference to. I just want to win. Fuck. Okay, cool. I predicted that this was going to take me 20 attempts. We're coming up on 20. You're joking. No. Good girl, good girl. only a matter of time until I unlock a Sharingan cup. I believe in you. You unlock your Sharingan. I gotta figure out where to stream Mending Club if TikTok goes down. Twitch has a makers and crafting tag. I follow a bunch of fiber artists and other crafters through there. Good community IMO, but I understand if you don't want to be on Jeff Bezos's internet. So Cup, I'll probably never have the skill in my lifetime to make this, but I want to recreate Scorn, the H.R. Geiger / Zedislav Bekinski inspired horror game, but my pixel art style and as a roguelite. I have ideas for the lore and gameplay. There's no avoiding Jeff Bezos' internet, I fear. I'll probably, why did you preface it with, I'll probably never have the skill in my lifetime to make this? Because, like, video games, largely speaking, are not individual endeavors. Even solo devs, like, need, what do you call it? Beta testers and distributors and people to check their code. So to be like, I'll never have the skill to do this is silly. Okay. Thank you, Reganas, for the encouragement. I don't have the confidence you do in my ability to do this, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I was a QA tester. It was fun. You're welcome, Cup. There's nothing to do but to do it. Oh, and as for streaming on Twitch, I'm intimidated, but I think that is probably the best choice. Why are you intimidated? The apparatus for it is identical to TikTok. I'm also intimidated, but I got my more techie friends to help me with setting up OBS and stuff. More technical stuff is scary to me. You can go live from your phone on Twitch exactly the same way you go live on TikTok. Like, you don't have to do all the stuff that I have. Like, that was a long-term decision that I made after streaming for 2 years with basically no larger interface. I added all these things like years after I started. I've been in a state of hyper alert and constant depression for so long that just the idea of taking the time to learn something new frightens me. Like, I've never had the time or the energy to enjoy learning. Well, I don't know if it's a useful perspective shift, but in my experience, like, when I'm making something, because, you know, I didn't make a comic before 2000. I hadn't made Well, I guess I did try, but like, listen, I still haven't made a video game, but rather than be intimidated by the process of like learning how to code or making all of the models, when I think about it, I think about what components of it are fun, like puzzle solving, and I make progress incrementally based on the puzzle that's right in front of me, rather than thinking about the game as a whole, right? Like when you're designing a level, you're not thinking, uh, like, what's my level design philosophy? Like, I have to hold my level design philosophy in my mind at all times. It's like, no, like, what experience do you think for the player would be interesting in this circumstance? And then you just, it's procedural, right? You think about the next circumstance and then the next one. And like, it is meaningful to iterate on actual like layout of the level design prior to thinking about the actual like minute to minute gameplay. And you get to that point procedurally once you have like the models designed and like all this other shit, you know, figuring out the mechanics. That's just one step at a time. Coding, thinking about action, reaction, if, and then like effects. When you run into a problem, rather than it actually being a problem, it's just, you know, another puzzle. I tried it once actually and was not successful. You talking about streaming on Twitch? Stream froze just as you were responding to that. It didn't freeze for me, so I don't know what was the problem. I feel that I've been in that state before. After a while, the more I kept doing it, the more I found joy in it, TBH. Okay. Zap me. Ugh. Don't zap me. Come at me, bro. Come at me. Oh, fuck. The problem is that I didn't hear most of what you said, but I got the end of it. Just that, like, learning a new skill isn't actually learning a new skill. It's a procedural process of solving one puzzle after another. And like, if you give yourself the puzzles that are the most fun to solve first, then that's the process, rather than it being, you know. Please don't do that. think that was my last rune arc, right? Well, I wasn't able to do it in the number of attempts that I thought it was going to take. So I think we give up. Yeah, I'm out of rune arcs. Maybe one more for now, and then we go from this feeling of internal defeatedness into a feeling of internal abject defeatedness. We move. Fuck, I'm dead. Okay. Oh. Then slipped over lining your lips. And what to say it, but I have to admit, coming out of your mouth. Down on the couch and I know this and it's a waste of time. I have mine. It's really not that deep. No, it's really not that deep. No, it's really. It's not that deep. When I'm falling asleep, it's not that deep. Every time that we speak, it's not. You know what? Instead of just jumping right into doing art, I want to take a second to just decompress after feeling disappointed. um, Something I've been thinking about a lot recently is the concept of mereological nihilism. The idea that the more you interrogate the different models that we have that are supposedly describing the operation and the operation of and fundamental substrate of reality, the more you look at it, the more there is more stuff. And if that's the case, then there may not be any core to anything, and that everything's just models on top of models on top of models. I enjoy thinking about this, and also enjoy the concept of us having the ability to asymptotically approach a model of reality as our individual models get more and more complex, but that they're inevitably inconsistent with reality because there is no one way to describe reality. Every culture that's existed across the planet has had a different conception of it, and even though some of them might be more accurate or reflection of the world we occupy, there is no one definitive one. And even as we learn more about like the different models of reality, the more reality sort of shows us that our models are fundamentally inaccurate in one way or another. For instance, quantum theory and string theory and M theory all try to posit extremely abstract ways of describing the ways in which the world gets weird on a level that is increasingly difficult for us to build tools to detect. And like, why does this thing happen so consistently? And then we start saying like, well, like maybe electrons only operate at very specific energy states, and when they hit a certain threshold, it kind of flips a switch. It causes it to jump, and when it jumps, it's excited in that specific way. It releases a specific amount of energy, and that energy is a photon. But if you go around thinking or postulating the idea that photons are actually like tension points across the universe, that they're sort of strings that pull at they pull from their origin point to the places where they are absorbed or reflected, and the more complexly they get knotted up, the more complex the universe becomes. That it's the sort of like accretion of all the photonic potentialities, and that like it's a web of meaning that is strung together by not strings as a fundamental particle, but sort of like a network of causalities. And that's the reason why the speed of light is also the speed of causation, is that like nothing can move faster than the rate at which the universe is fundamentally interconnected. So photons are more like strumming the guitar string that holds reality together, rather than like dedicated individual particles that are emitted as a result of a specific subatomic excitation, blah, 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 blah. But if that's the case, right, then in a place that is completely dark, right, like you imagine that there is a cavity inside of a lead sphere. Theoretically speaking, no light and very few subatomic particles can pass through that structure, just because the like tautness of lead as a heavy metal prevents a lot of things from passing through it. What's going on inside the cavity in that lead sphere? Is it simply impossible to do any kind of meaningful measurement of causality within that space, specifically because light can't operate there? Is it something similar to the deepest parts of deep space where light has a hard time reaching? Also, out in deep space, like where there aren't any massive bodies for, you know, millions of light years in any direction, like, is the quote unquote nothingness that occupies that space a thing in and of itself that is simply not excited by the strumming of causality in that local area? Or is it something else? Is there a better way to model it? More accurate way to model it? What is the concept of absence outside of an acknowledgement of the ubiquity of something, and then describing a state of inactivity amidst that ubiquity? It's sort of like arriving at the number 0 after you already have the numbers 1 through infinity. You're like, oh, but like, what about the absence of numbers? It's like, well, you can conceive of that, but it's extremely unlikely because of how things are proliferated throughout the universe. Did I scare everybody away with the philosophy? Seems like it. Organis and Faye left. No, I'm listening. I scared everyone but you away. Oh, this song is about the thing that I'm describing. Invisible light. What do we call that? When a coincidence is, what's serendipity? That a song would start playing talking about the thing that I'm describing while I was describing it. How serendipitous. Hello, sweet. Hmm? You finished? Oh, what they look like. Have I seen these before? They're cuties.
Them for like a year. I put them like press on.
I like the flat ones. The thumbs. Ooh, and the middle fingers. Wait, they're symmetrical? No. Oh, the pinkies are different. I like. Is that is this some sort of bisexual?
I don't know. I don't even remember where I got them.
They look cute.
Honestly, I
think. What's the? You said you wanted to do that, and then did you already shower? Going to? Okay. Oh yeah, damn. I'm decompressing after losing a boss fight 20 times in a row. And so I'm doing a philosophy. Talk. Kind of rice.
just gonna make it so I
Sticky. 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 With the white thing, and then you go. Wait, how do I know that you didn't use this at some point in the past when you had breakout?
Oh, I mean, when I cleared everything, I actually cut both of them.
Okay.
And I wiped them down with alcohol because I was like, I'm not throwing them out, but I also want to.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't think chat might have said hi to you. Serendipity. Oh, Layla said hi, Galaxy.
So do you want mine?
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking about this mereological nihilism concept because I was watching a series of philosophy videos, one of which was by this philosopher, British philosopher, Hilary Lawson, who has a theory. Right. Do you want to get that started? And I can, if you don't want to break to put stuff in the dryer, if you don't want to break to put stuff in the dryer, I'm re-proposing the thing that I said last time, which is if you text me, I'll get it for you. Okay. So Hilary Lawson has this theory called closure, and it's basically like a perceptual theory about how to think about how we perceive. I mean, a perceptual theory about how we perceive. It's a proposition about a novel way of conceiving human perception, and specifically positing that rather than there being an ultimate reality, what the apparatus of our like perceptual complex does is it, in response to specific stimuli, fires a signal that causes a cascade, and in the moment of our perception occurring, we close or concretize that specific instance of what we've observed. It's not a pure reflection of reality because of how limited our perception is, but insofar as we are able to see something in that moment when we think about or process that instance of perception, we like lock in a model of what we're observing. So, for instance, Lawson was talking about how a baby doesn't know what things are edible or not. And we have all of these instincts and epigenetic predispositions that cause us to put a shit ton of stuff in our mouths. But like it's rare for like the signal to fire, like this is okay to eat. You know, our parents yanking the stuff away from us discourages us. The thing being too hard to gnaw on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and not tasting good. Like these are all sort of like instances of closure that precede identifying something as food. And the moment that we eat something and we register it as good and filling and et cetera, those are instances of our perceptual closure occurring that instantiate a model for what food is, you know? And then going forward from there, we're able to build on that model step by step, instance by instance. Similarly, when you look at a light, photon emits from that light and then hits your eye, and then your brain, it's also a principle of it's also a principle of Gestalt theory. Yeah, but a little different there. Yeah, Gestalt, like I like Gestalt theory because it also posits that it's a like in an amalgam of liminal like potentials or abstractions that sort of concretize into like shapes and textures and identifiable forms, and that like in the instance of us being able to perceive the thing, it doesn't make it true that it is that thing, but like it does, you can think of it as us creating an instance in our mind of it being perceived that specific way, which would be called modeling, right? You look at the World Wildlife Fund logo, and none of the shapes there are a panda, but our perception, like and like the heuristic that we have in our minds for the basic shape of a panda is set in our mind as a model. And then when we look at this gestalt that mimics the concrete instance of the species panda, it sort of causes our brains to mirror that knowledge and say, oh, that's a panda, even though no individual shape in that gestalt is actually panda-like. Here's an example. I just like the expression asymptotically approaching panda. No, I really also enjoy asymptotically approaching. Otherwise, I wouldn't use it all the time. But like, let's look at the individual shapes here. Wait, is this? Oh yeah, it is. It's not set to shrink selection. At what point does it stop being a panda? Oh shit, it's not working. God damn it. I was doing this whole thing. Hold on. I'm upset. I once again forgot that not having this always on top means that y'all won't be able to tell what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. Here's what I was doing. I was covering each individual part of it to inquire after which part of it is what instantiates it as panda. This looks more like the fucking Wu-Tang logo than a panda at this point. I would argue that this is aggressively not panda-like. If someone just showed me the shape out of context and they were like, what is this a part of? And be like, is it the man in the moon? Is it, what is this? And then they go, badoom. And then you go, oh, of course. Deform Wu-Tang Clan logo, Talon. Bottom heavy alien interfacing with computer. I think if you move the pieces around, it no longer panda. Yeah, that's also true. That you could separate them individually. Like if I do this. I feel like I'm just showing an example of this rather than actually exploring the model I was just talking about. I see the Talon. Bars. Anyway, asymptotically approaching panda. What was I saying / thinking? Oh, we were talking about mereological. Kind of looks like a Kuromi. What's Kuromi? Kuromi. Oh, this little one. They made a Netflix show. I kind of see it. But so the idea is that the like rather than referring to the cosmos as the cosmos, closure theory refers to or like uses an adjective, and it just says like that like it refers to things that have not been closed as open. So any model that has or like any metaphysics that has yet to concretize into a model is considered open, and then all instantiations of a model that have been like made explicable are instances of closure. So like saying the word the universe because people have specific ideas about the denotative and connotative meaning of that thing. Same thing with reality, the cosmos. Like these are all closures, whereas we could consider like those to just be perceptual limits that we've imposed on the abstract open. Kuromi laying on stomach, feet up, hands under chin. I see it. I see it. In fact, because Kuromi has a little nose, we could even put the nose here. Did I get it? Am I right? um but so all these like the literal limitless potential of openness to instantiate instances of closure like is what enables us to quote unquote perceive reality, even though perception and reality would be instances of closure in this model. I think that there's something a bit like frustratingly recursive about this, because it limits it incredibly hampers our ability to talk about things at a complex level. Like not that it like renders it impossible, but because it maintains that all instances of closure that we have already instantiated are like effectively false, we would have to maintain in our minds the belief that we are simultaneously engaged in a form of imaginary play when dealing with models that do exist, and hold again simultaneously in our minds that like there are alternate ways of thinking about these things that we are denying by insisting on maintaining our like current closures. So like the model of classical physics and Einsteinian relativity and all these other things like are ways of thinking about the world, but they are actually preventing us from having even more complex conceptualizations of the quote unquote world because like we keep reifying and building off of these specific closures. But it's really difficult to like it's really difficult to talk about anything if you're just going to be talking about things as openings and closures. Or the abstract other as open and our models as closures. There's also a philosopher, autodidact. I'm gonna look that term up because that's how he self-describes. Didact. Self-taught person. Yeah. There's a wait, what is it? It sounds like it's just putting a blanket on top of the way we already think of things. Well, I think that it is really easy to get caught up in the line of inquiry, like, is what we're talking about a act of radical openness or reopening a closure that we currently have instantiated, rather than talking about the model itself, right? And talking about the way that the about how different models are interrelated, right? Like, we have terms like Western philosophy, African philosophy, East Asian philosophy, and those are all things that are texturally different, and that we can sort of use relativity to talk about each of them in relation to each other. One of them having like each of them having like their own dedicated written history, et cetera, but like all of these things as stacks on stacks on stacks of different types of closures means that like in order to achieve any like meaningful notion of openness, we would have to reject all of those things outright, rather than think about the like moral, cosmological, theological, and sociological impacts that those things have had, right? It makes it difficult to think about things as we perceive them in the present, rather than sort of causing a recursive compulsion to open them, right? It's basically just like an insistence on acknowledging that everything's wrong all the time. And like, that's true. I mean, like, that's fun to think about. I do subscribe to mereological nihilism as a worldview, but like, I don't see it as like an inherently useful modality for how to think about things, because like, if you're just exploring things to their logical conclusion, and the logical conclusion being that there is no logical conclusion, you just end up in that loop rather than having a conversation about like what aspects of it intrigue you versus the aspects of it like repel you. And like I think that in having that conversation and then coming to novel conclusions, you know alter your notion of closure by sort of what's the word that means like fluctuating between a state of openness and closure, right? That activating your imaginary and changing your perspective on something is like rapidly fluctuating between notions of openness and closure. But like I'm into no logical conclusion leaves room for things to be permanently flexible, which I think is realistic and necessary. Yeah, I don't think it's either realistic or necessary. But like if it just happens to be accurate, right? Then like it can be the accuracy of it can be tooled into a useful internal praxis. Especially if getting locked up and locked into traumatized recursive behavior, being able to access in abstract this flexibility and malleability of the cosmos as a sort of like radical imaginative action, like can help you get out of that structural loop. And like I like that. I like it as an avenue for how to think about creativity and like how to hold the impermanence of our current models in a way that like both can have some reverence for them and acknowledge that the models will change because parable of the sower, God is change. Speaking of God is change, there was another theory that I was thinking about. I don't think I'll be able to remember what it's called. Starts with a C. Conscious. It's basically a metalinguistic theory of consciousness, and it posits that the global operator, global operator descriptor, or God, global operator descriptor, basically is the metacausal instantiator of all things in the universe by enabling syntax, grammar, semiosis, and that like all of reality is just a cascade of increasingly complex grammars, semantics, and semiosis. And like I enjoy that, but I remember encountering a theory by Terence McKenna where he talked about the idea of the cosmos being language, and like that left me wanting because Ooh, I just thought of my idea. I had someone posited the idea. I think maybe it was Esoterica, the YouTube channel, or maybe someone else who was talking about the collection of literature that eventually became the Bible, that like it makes more sense to think of, even though it is ordered into a singular book, what it is it's a library of a vast collection of writings by a bunch of different thinkers on a group of topics that are somewhat related, right? So the Torah is a a library of Jewish law. The like group of books about the prophets are a library, or like a section of a library that's dedicated to prophecy. The New Testament is a recent addition to the library that talks about the good news of the paradigm changing. And then the Acts of the Apostles are a sort of fanfic about the people who spent time around the person who brought the good news. And then like the later books are a bunch of prophecies about what's going to happen in the future, right? And like this library is like composed of a bunch of different books that have been ordered in a sort of proto Dewey Decimal System of topicality, rather than like the entire book being a book, right? There is a book of poetry in this library, but it's poetry about the same deity and to the same deity that was explained in the earlier parts of the library, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thinking about the cosmos as rather than made of language, but being a like complex linguistic engine is one potential closure model that we could use. And thinking about all of the different linguistics, all the different languages that compose our conception of reality as a library of closures. I like that idea. Rather than saying that there is one single global operator descriptor, there is a set of potentials for grammar, semiosis, and semantics that has an emergent quality of there being an infinite number of ways of describing openness as an abstract concept, and then instantiating specific types of and textures of closures. For instance, African philosophy, Western philosophy, Eastern philosophy, South Asian philosophy, West Asian philosophy. Irish philosophy specifically. Indigenous philosophy. The folk tales that we use to describe the world as like anthropomorphic instantiations of different concepts and closures within the vast openness as a way of understanding and then building off of that foundational understanding. Because like I sort of like what Cheeto was saying the other day, I also am interested in not necessarily thinking primarily as like in terms of the world being this thing that's infinitely personifiable, that like that was in the past a useful tool for getting outside of ourselves by thinking about the world as a community of people that have different qualities that reflect the events in the world. So Zeus is a god of lightning and storms, and that's giving us a framework in order to be able to think about lightning and storms. Same thing with Gaia as a titan of the earth, Kronos as a titan of time, Poseidon as a god of water, Melinoe as a goddess of nightmares. Like we've got these personifications of these abstractions so that we have a means of talking about it outside of ourselves. And then like the more we build off of that, the more abstract they can become. And we can instantiate new types of closures by, again, vacillating between these states of openness and closure. Well, nightmares aren't a person, but they are an experience, and nightmares are not a collective experience, but they can be a reflection of a collective fear, or they can be an instantiation of a conversation that we refuse to have with ourselves in daily life about the anxieties we're experiencing. But then we can loop it back around in a way that may not be productive by like thinking about all of those things as aspects of the personality of Melanoe, the goddess of nightmares. Or we can strategize how to practice radical openness by choosing to talk about those anxieties rather than attributing them to or accusing Melanoe of making our lives more difficult by disallowing us hypothetically to confront our anxieties in the waking world. And like, it's probably more healthy, functional to talk with other people about these abstract things, so that we can work through our models of what it is that stress us out and arrive at a conclusion about how to mitigate that anxiety, to put into practice behavior that will prevent it, or embrace the possibility of undesirable things happening as a sort of act of radical acceptance. But like, if you don't have even the model of a goddess of nightmares and are just experiencing this thing without having any sort of linguistic framework from which to talk about it, then you might be trapped in a epistemic epistemic injustice vortex of being afraid, not being able to articulate that fear, suppressing that fear, experiencing it in ways that disrupt your sleep, and then it just causing more stress and leading to physical illness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, having the ability to take this library of ways of thinking about things and distill it into an actual like functional telos about how to behave in the world and behave in a way that lends to your increased health. We achieve something there, I guess. Yeah, I like thinking about, I didn't know this Melanoe, and saw that she's the daughter of Zeus and Persephone, very accurate for a nightmare deity. In the myth she is, but you know the game Hades 2 that I've been playing, where I'm playing the like witch who fights Kronos and what's his name? Prometheus. I know, I see you playing it. Yeah, the main character is Melanoe. In this continuity, she's the daughter of it says connection dipped. The main character of that game is Melanoe, and in this continuity, in the Supergiant Games continuity, she's the daughter of Hades and Persephone. And in the previous game, you find out that like Hades didn't abduct Persephone. She wanted to leave, and Zeus like facilitated means by which she could leave Olympus. And while she was in the underworld, she ended up falling in love with Hades, etc., etc. Like, rather than it being the like traditional Greek myth. But that was the reason why I brought up Melinoe, is because like she's specifically main character of the game that I've been playing. See, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're using libraries of understanding to think about these things. And like, I didn't know that Melinoe existed until playing this game, but now I have a new framework for thinking about like nightmares as an abstraction and as a anthropomorphized concept. But you know, in the past, people had more access to the myth itself and would have been able to be like, I was visited last night by Melinoe, you know, like that's how they might have like described that experience. But now, like, because of them setting that foundation linguistically and using anthropomorphization, we have a groundwork to build all of our additional concepts off of. I way prefer that version of events. Yeah. I was also talking the other day with Cheeto about the idea that like, if I have a religion, it is that I do think that the way that humans and, let's just say, linguistic entities make sense of reality is by like telling stories and using nested metaphors and, you know, having all of these complex forms of closure, and that I prefer storytelling traditions where you can continue to add to the canon like with a sort of perspective of radical openness rather than any specific idea being locked in. And I thought that that was a dope thing about ancient Greek mythos, that like it lasted for so long that there were conflicting stories about individual gods and heroes. And then like in the modern day, you can like retell the story again with our modern ethics and sensibilities rather than maintaining the you know the consent uninformed versions of those stories. It has occurred to me that the vehicle of religion gives conservatives an advantage for promoting ideas and increasing numbers, and musing if creating a religion for the left would make any sense at all. I think that it would make sense to get tax-free status plus organizational hubs plus prescribed behavior for followers. I think that there's a problem, and it's that it's the codifying of the dogma behind religion that gives it lasting power, because most religions are closed systems, where the like beliefs are consistent over, at the very least, decades within the specific religious sect. And when there are disagreements, there are schisms, right? And that's sort of like both the utility and detrimental reality of modern religions, that like they are extremely unmalleable, inflexible, and the left by definition is radically malleable. That like it is informed by the wants, needs, identities. Big tent, what's that? Out of context, big tent. Okay. what was I saying? Oh, that like a religion of the left would have to look like the left is a big tent housing lots of different identities. How's that different from, I mean, I feel like a dogma is also a big tent. It puts everything, it homogenizes everything. I just don't like that metaphor. I'm gonna move away from talking about that. I was gonna say that hard to make a codified dogma that includes everyone from different backgrounds. True, but you can say something is yeah, I really don't want to talk about it because like that's not the goal of conservative dogmas, right? Escape. I can't. And now I'm thinking about it and I'm like, well, the reason why that's the case is ... Okay. So dogmatic religion attempts to say things that are so overarchingly true about the universe and about the human experience that like they can bring everyone underneath the umbrella and say like, if you believe these things, then you are a part of this group, right? And rather than describing the left as a big tent, what I would describe it as is a large expanse under which in which you can pitch many different kinds of tents. Yeah, I would the metaphor makes more sense to me that like dogmatic religion and the right attempt to be a big tent. And the left attempts to facilitate the existence of many tents. Also, by the way, it's usually a political metaphor applied to the left. I don't like it. I hate it. To explain like voting stuff. Got it. Hate that. Yeah. Okay, what I was going to say though is that when I first heard about Hinduism, right, and like the way that it's practiced on the ground by, you know, 1 billion people in South Asia, I was like, that feels like a radically leftist like modality of like prioritizing what things are specific to like you and your family. That like, you know, you can have a family of people, each of whom like dedicate a specific amount of energy. Sorry, gotta go. Word. All right, I'm gonna go take a bio break. To be fair though, I want to say that I don't think that Hinduism is radically leftist. I know that there are conservative contingents within Hinduism and who think that India is for Indians and specifically for Hindus, and that's ridiculous because in Hinduism there's something like 1 million different like ways of thinking about things and poetic notions about how reality is textured. And so the idea that like, okay, but like you have to subscribe to this concept in order to be allowed in society is absurd, because in ancient Hindu practices, like they just incorporated every single thing that was divergent into the umbrella and were like, well, they can be a god too. They can be a god too. They can be a god too. Sort of like in ancient Roman imperial traditions. And like, I'm more interested in hearing about what does a world look like where everyone's perception of reality is valid and helps to reinforce everyone else's perception of reality. That sounds like a thing that I'd be interested in. And I don't think that scientism or any other dogmatic way of thinking about the world has enabled a radical way of thinking about these things so far. Anyway, bio break. Back in a bit. Hey, hi, hello, welcome back to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist, and person who's going to ram their head against this wall until it shatters. We're continuing to fight Padang. Padang. Wait, hold on. Howdy. Hey, hi, hello. How do I... Oh. I want to... There we go. So I'm heavy loaded when I'm like this. What really matters is if I have the poise to withstand getting my shit kicked in. What I want to do is try and do more damage. I chickened out of telling my roommate he needs to clean or something again. Yeah. Chickened out. I'm looking for the talisman that gives me more this one. More attack power when I choose it. Don't actually think this is going to work per se, but we can hope. I do think that we should be doing more stance pressure, stance damage, but I don't believe in myself in that way, I guess. But we're not using any limited resources anymore, so it should go a little bit better if I just choose to actually dodge moves instead of take everything to the face. Go do the screamy. Boom. Bop, bop. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Oh. Bop, bop. Bop. Not dead yet. Bop, 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 bop. Heal, I guess. Heal again, I guess. Bop, bop, bop. Uh-uh. Oh, heal. That was my last heal. You gonna do the squeezy? Nope. Oh. Thought it ran away. Thought it ran far enough away. Oh, squeezed. Okay, so if I can just dodge more of his attacks, we basically got this. We've basically got this. It's only going to take us 40 attempts. It's worth trading there because oh fuck, come on. Fuck. It's gonna do squeezy. Heal all the way. You know what? I made my priority having a set of armor that would do something for me, but what if we just play a version of the game wherein we're being a little bonkies? What about that? How do we feel about that as a concept? I know the thesis is slap him up with R1s is the new strat. Dodge a lot, hit him with the R1. Dodge a lot, hit him with the R1. Damn. Gonna do it, squeezy. It's gonna squeeze me. Hitting the button that's supposed to make it so that you can dodge, but for some reason it's not taking. The rhythm game aspect of this fight is eluding me. I was against the wall? I was against the wall. Positioning actually means something. Can you believe it? God damn, my leftovers were amazing. Sick. What? Okay, so I guess it's okay to spam dodge sometimes. It's okay to do that. It's like, okay, no, we just gotta time this precisely. And I was like, no, you're trapped in animation. You should be hitting that button a lot, not trying to time it accurately. Why would you try and time it accurately? Right, of course. I just remembered I have bloodhound step. I just haven't been using it. Silly. Okay. Bloodhound step is like a big dodge, is like a teleport. Sometimes you just gotta resort to what you know. Fuck. No. I gotta do more damage than I'm taking. And that's the thesis of this entire fight from here out. Do more damage than you take. The end. Simply and meaningfully put. It's not bad. We're not using a single heal. Oh, but we used a lot of FP for that. Girly, how did you not do a single attack? Actually, you know what? Rather than more stance pressure, because it doesn't seem like we're breaking his stance, let's switch our physic to poise. And if it so pleases your majesty, if we can do this without going heavy load, then we might as well. Even though, you know. Only marginally increasing our chances of surviving. Get her! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! She's just standing there. Hey Cup, hi Blue. That was fucking close compared to previous attempts. Even attempts wherein we used the Great Rune. It's really saying something. Oh, so I pressed the button and it does nothing? Now? That's a sudden occurrence. I might summon the girly early on this time, just to see if she actually helps. Because we're doing so much damage in such a short period of time that like she might actually be helpful instead of just dying immediately in phase 2. Oh, what? Don't do... Never mind to everything I said. Dead. Didn't die. Oh shit. Oh, I'm hitting the button. Oh my god, I'm dead. Heal. Heal. Yeah, I was gonna say focus on her. Jesus fucking Christ. No, left. Oh my god, heal. Well, she tried to hit him. And we didn't use all our flasks. So, theoretically, that was a better attempt than other attempts. She tried to hit him and we didn't use all our flasks, so... I disagree. No, what? How? I disagree. Yeah, keep hitting him. Oh no, what, girl? What? I'm down real bad, so sleepy. It's not even 6. Ooh, okay. Okay, we can't summon her before phase 2, but that just means that we're gonna be so low on flask by phase... I hate it. I hate to see it. We can't summon her before phase 2. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I suspect it is the itis. You said your leftovers were really good. That tracks. Fuck. No, no, no. Back and heal, 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 heal. And then phase 2. Now run, bitch. Run, 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 run. Heal. Heal this also. No! Come on, girly. Come on, girly. Come on, girly. Come on, girly. I need potion of wakefulness, but I don't feel like making coffee. I need potion of wakefulness, but I don't feel like making coffee. I wasn't two-handing that whole time. How did that happen? Is there a delay on my fucking shit or what's happening? Oh my god. Stop switching up your strategy. Just hit him. Do more damage than he can do to you. Just do it. Fuck. No. 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 Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
1,000-year voyage.
Where's she at? Where's she at?
Compassion.
Where's she at? Thank you. Jesus Christ. No! I was so convinced that that was the attempt. I was so... She almost got him. If she had gotten a blood loss, it would have been the end. It would have been over. Oh, fuck, dude. That's so fucking frustrating. That's so fucking frustrating. Come at me, bro. I'm impatient now. You got me. You got me. You fucking got me. Do it. No! Fuck. I fucked up. I thought I timed that correctly and that I like dodged through the attack, but like it looked like I dodged through the attack, but then all my health went down and I looked up at my health and I was like, oh no. I thought I dodged it. It looked like I did, but the game said, sorry, we still dealt you the damage, even if you thought you dodged it. Damn. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Squeezy? Hug time? I thought I dodged it. How did none of that work? Huh? What does it mean when you push the buttons? What does it mean? Nothing, I guess. Fucking fuck. Sometimes it seems like it means something, and then it means nothing. Like all of those times where I was spamming. I want to design a game that's nothing like this. I want to design a game that's nothing like this. That's what I want to do. What this game makes me want to do is design a game that is absolutely nothing like this. If 10 years from now I release a game and people are accusing it of the final boss of being like Consort Radon, then I want everyone to know that I failed my mission because that was the only thing that I was trying to do. Thank you. Run, bitch. No! No! Ugh. Okay, cool. Ooh, cool. Hit him. No, why now? Why? Got more heals than not, though, I guess. This is impressive. Okay. No, fuck me, dude. We're so close. The final boss of Sekiro, Ishin Ashina, is extremely difficult. And it's understandable that at some point like you as a player are going to be too good at the game for any of that to matter. This game has insisted on being impervious to unscrupulous? Is that a word? What is the point of hitting the button? Okay. There's a thing that my brain just thought, and it's that if getting hit is going to result in death, then I should just get extremely good at playing the game without getting hit. get so good at playing the game without getting hit that that is the primary method by which the game is completed. Just simply don't get hit. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hi, Dagger. Remember that strategy I had before where it was like become as dragon? What if we just become as dragon? I'm losing my mind, Dagger, if it's not apparent. Off rip. Yakuza become dragon? Exactly. If getting hit kills you, don't get hit. It's that simple. Oh, that's that. That's entirely that. So two big things here, right? Y'all saw I was doing really good at the beginning, dodging. The dodge timings are different because I'm wearing less clothes. It's getting hit less. It was good. It was actually like a surprisingly good attempt, all things considered. The issue, if there is one, is that all of a sudden, all those things didn't matter anymore, and I don't know why. I don't know what it was that lapsed in terms of the getting of my goodness. Was it a confidence issue? Because I'm hitting the buttons, you know? There's no difference in whether or not I'm hitting the buttons. I'm doing the same thing at the same rhythm, but it's what do you call it? It's providing different results, different outcomes for the same actions. And like, how's one supposed to feel when you do the same thing and it's like, yeah, I really had the rhythm there this time. No. This time, not so much. Did you do anything different? No, I didn't do anything different. Is there any way that I'm going to look back on this footage and be like, oh, I see what I did wrong? Or is it just going to keep feeling insane? I suspect the insanity will continue. Yeah, sweet. Sure. I'll be right back, y'all. What? Huh? I'm actually confused by what it is that my hands do. Okay, let's look at something, right? When I go like this, and then I get hit, I get staggered. Okay. Okay. Oh. You dodge when you take your finger off the button. The dodge doesn't input until you take your finger off the button. Because if you hold it, then you run. So pressing it isn't enough. Okay, so the timing of the dodge is when you take your finger off the button. And if you hold it for too long, then it doesn't register it as a dodge. It registers it as a run. Okay, so I have to be extremely cognizant of that fact. That's another instance of, like, I can't believe that I've played this game to completion multiple times and never realized that specific detail. Type beat. You haven't hit him yet. How did that miss? What do you mean? What? It still seems, it appears that pressing the button doesn't mean anything. Especially in that circumstance, wow. Pressing the button still sometimes doesn't mean anything. I wonder what the conflicting inputs were in that specific situation. Because, like, you know, I did the thing where I pressed the button, press the button. Wait, hold on. There was a thing that I was thinking about. This does not seem to be useful to me. If I do a little bit more damage, can I do this and still be light load? Okay. It hit him? It hit him. Okay. Okay. No. No! Okay. Damn. How many I got? 6. There's something to be said about what we achieved here today. Okay. So we combine all the knowledge that we've accumulated. Did he hit him? No, didn't.
Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist.
Okay, we gotta wait for the optimal moment to attack. That was not the optimal moment. There we go, optimal moment. Hell yeah. That was not the optimal moment. Turns out, not the optimal moment. We've tried a number of strategies at this point. I'm pretty proud of us for attempting to do what no Tarnished has done before. But if I'm honest with myself, I know how to make this happen. I know how to make this work. The issue is that I've been too stubborn, too pig-headed to attempt it. So sadly, I think it's time to pull out the big guns. You'll recall at the end of, not at the end, but you'll recall that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe movie Avengers Endgame, Captain America et al. Had a phrase that they said, and it was whatever it takes. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do, at this point, whatever it takes. It's not time to give a shit. It's not time to figure out a strategy. It's not time to attempt to solve a puzzle that my dyspraxic ass will never be capable of solving. Why spend 40 hours on a task that you can brute force? It's my personal life philosophy that nothing is worth the feeling of dissatisfaction, frustration, and just sheer, what's a good word for that? When you just feel bad about yourself? Like, if you know what works for you and you just do that thing, you'll be happier for it, right? If you know what works for you and then you do what works for you, you'll be happier for it in the end. I know that I can beat Ishin Ashina and what's the name of the and the nameless puppet in those other super difficult games fair and fucking square. And I know the cheese strats, and I can choose whether or not I want to use them. With this game, it's simply not that way. The way that this game works, everything's too fucking difficult. So rather than beat my head against a wall trying to be or do something I'm not, we're just going to go and punk Radon at his own fucking game. He's big. He poises through every single attack. There's one way of thinking about this fight, and it's by saying, okay, so whatever strategy the boss employs, it's trying to teach you, do this, become as this, right? You've had every single skill in the game granted you. You've had the opportunity to explore the entire world, to grow, to become a god. Why the hell would you do anything besides match a god with godlike strength? Why would you try to learn an intricate dance that you, as a normal ass human being, can never get the correct timing for? The whole point of the game, Miyazaki said so himself, is to provide you with as many tools as possible to absolutely wreck shop, to absolutely do an ungodly amount of damage. Now here's a question though. Did I beat Renala? I didn't, so I can't respec. So we've got to work within our means, okay? We haven't respec. I'm not going to do all of Raya Lucaria right the fuck now. So we have to work within our means. Okay. We're just going to see whether or not Great Stars with Cold Infusion does the same amount of damage as the Great Katana with Cold Infusion. Because if it does, then we're switching to that. If it doesn't, we'll stick with the Great Katana, but we're going to switch up our strategy pretty substantially.
Back no matter.
Okay, let's see. So if I just put it in my other hand, we'll be able to see. So that way it's not about the Great Katana, it's about what you do with the Great Katana. Okay? Great Katana does way more damage. Actually. Okay. We need as much damage negation as humanly possible. We're gonna go with boom, and we'll leave that on, and this, and this. Okay, that seems correct. Oh, how much stance? Let's see. Great Stars stance damage. Great Stars stance damage. Comprehensive stance damage spreadsheet. It's from 3 years ago. Okay. Well, this just pushed its way up to the top incidentally. More. What did I have equipped? No, I can't remember. God damn it. Who's this? Lord of Blood. Okay. This is the wrong... We're playing the game the wrong way. Chosen the wrong way to play the game. You understand? There is an objectively wrong way to play the game. And we are choosing that way to play the game rather than any alternative. Done this before. We'll do it again. It will be worth it. Because Radon, that asshole, is going fucking down.
promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. Let your thoughts be only of love.
Hello? I'm dead. Fuck me, dude. Where's he at? 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 Fuck! 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 Heal! 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 Heal!
Let your thoughts be only of love.
He died. Listen, I know what works for me, and it works for me. You feel me? He did. That still required skill. That still required insight into the mechanics of the fight. It required positioning. I had to actually dodge attacks that were coming at me, not just spam attack. I had to know all the moves. But you know, these fingies got dyspraxia. They don't do the things that I tell them to do all the time. So what you do is you put on the heaviest armor in the entire game. You max out your damage. You literally tank through every single hit that he hits you with. And you just break his motherfucking stance and make that man bleed. That's one way to solve the puzzle. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Didn't have any more heals left. I had to use all of my resources available to me and still only eked through. How much HP we got? Currently have 166 out of 1936 HP. We got hit one more time. That's game over. But we didn't. Instead, you know what happened. All right, I'm gonna go take a break. And then when I get back, we're actually gonna draw. Oh, I forgot that I can do this. Oh, y'all see that? Y'all see that? Y'all see what I did? I beat Radon. Thank you. No, thank you. No, I'm shit. Listen, it's fine. No, it was nothing. Trust me. No, believe me. Seriously, it was. Thank you. I got a soundboard. That was the Avatar: The Last Airbender. When they arrived at Kyoshi Island. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, we are back. Welcome back to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. And we're finally going to get to doing some art now that I've conquered the existential threat that was Mikola and Divine Consort Radon. But first, I need to go get my laundry. I guess we're not starting right now, but very soon. Laundry first, drawing after. BRB. Finally, may the drawing commence. Yes. We finally got into the drawing. Yes. Okay. Atrás de F. Atrás de F. Oh, when I grow up, I want to be a forester. Run through. I put my soul in what I do. I already already feel. This step, it's a step in the right direction. It's a tough and final decision. Where do we go? Got so down. Ghost out. So it wasn't a lot of labor, but I did the lines for this panel. And now I'm very sleepy. So I'm going to listen to my body and go and take a nap. This has been the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist. Hope you have a fantastic time zone and enjoy the time between now. I want to see you next. Next time we're gonna do so much art. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bye. And remember,
Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist.